Suppose I should get on my Discord channel and do that. All right, there we go. On there. Okay. Everything is started up. Looks like we're good to go. Just look at the moon for a little bit until it gets dark. See what the seeing is like here. Check my focus. Yeah, bubble a little bit. Pull my focuser up. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see a lot of change there. I guess we'll leave it right there for now. Focus on the terminator here, such as it is. Let's turn the gamma up a little bit. There it is, drifting in RA. You see that every once in a while. I don't know why. It drifts to the east too. I have to think about that. Why would that happen? Well, the clutches are slipping, and it's weight heavy. Might be why. Or it's backlash in the gear. Hi, Jonathan.
Like another night for doing some moon-influenced work.
Yeah. Yep.
Sent out the WebEx invite to all the people that I expect to be
Online.
attending.
Okay.
Yep. It works for everyone.
I'll be right back. I forgot to take the trash out.
Oh.
I want to take it out before it gets dark.
Yeah, well, it's a little late for that, but it's not
No, no,
astronomically dark.
right. No, but it's not so dark that I can't see the end of the driveway. So I can still see the end of the driveway with this light.
Well,
Oh, my driveway's not real short. It's a kind
remember.
of. I'll be right back. Okay. See if I wait until tomorrow, I'll forget. Especially if I stay up late tonight and I'll sleep in and forget to take care of it. Boy, so let's see. It is the moon. Moon at 300 millimeters and a moon at 2,000 millimeters. I kind of wish I had a bigger chip so I could get the entire moon in there. But that's what it is. These are live views, by the way.
Still running around figuring out who I need to invite to the WebEx. I just remembered a couple more people. I'm going to call Gary Ross and see if he wants to join by audio.
Well, he hasn't been to meetings lately, anyways. Has he?
Say what?
He hasn't been to any meetings lately, has he?
He's still selling the house. He was still at, I think he was at the March meeting.
Oh.
He hasn't sold his house yet.
No, he wasn't.
The running joke has been
What's the running joke?
that, discussion group hosted at his house was the final discussion group hosted at his house, and there were about 6 final discussion groups hosted at his house.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think he was at the March meeting. I was there, and I don't remember seeing him.
Maybe not, but he's definitely been to one of the Cranbrook meetings this year.
Oh yeah.
He was going to be at the April meeting, but because of everything, he obviously isn't. But
Mm-hmm. Well, anyhow, it's not dark enough. What I will be doing is a couple of comments. Then I want to try out this other tool for live stacking on something that they came out with just recently. There's this live stacking from called ASI Live. What I'm running right now on the moon is ASI Capture. It's for planetary stuff, but I'll just try those things out tonight since the moon's going to be so bright, anyways. start another copy up. I could do a little record. Oh, yep, I didn't mean that. Nope, close that. All right, so let me see here. Turn the camera on. Take about 10 seconds of the moon. Then I can take about 100 frames and I'll stack the 10 best. Let's see. We're at 2.5 gig. All right, I'll stop now. All right, that's fine. Let's see how crummy the focus is. Seeing's not real good. Let's go out. That looks better. That looks worse. Go back in. Boy, it's really hard to tell. Seeing is so soft. It's almost impossible to tell. I'll have to go to a star and focus on it. Let's see here. Yep, that would be backlash in the gears. That's what that looks like. All right. Let's stop this. Close that. See what this looks like. Just setting up to see how this works. Flats. I want these. Not gonna let me pick anything but one of them. So okay. Okay. So let's increase this to 10 seconds. I don't know if we're actually on the cluster or not, but I don't think so. Yeah, I just don't know why the sky is always off by that much. Doesn't make any sense to me. Let me try it this way. Function, object, M36, M36. Why doesn't it? 036, maybe. What the heck? Oh, I was on 35, that's why. Okay. Picked the wrong one. Let's see what this one looks like once it settles. Okay, there's 36 right there. Let's drop this down to something reasonable to look at. We'll go 2 seconds. So it's relatively close. It's not on it, but pretty close though. It's one of the reasons I like SG Pro. I can do a plate solve and not have to worry about it. Plate solving will center it. So this needs to go. Which way am I going? Wrong way? Nope, going the right way. There we go. All right, jump 36. Let's see here. Change this exposure to 30 seconds. Let's see what it does. And I think I'll turn on the stacker. Need a star. Start guiding. Turn on my focuser. Connect. Start. And oops, start. Let it focus. Let it do its thing here. Let me pick a different star, a little dimmer one. Work better. Okay, just ignored. Stack finished. Well, it sure is noisy. Using this, cannot find matched triangles. Okay. So it's not stacking. Let's see here. Oh, my other camera just stopped. This doesn't seem very reasonable. Hmm. Well, there's a single frame. I can't read the font on here. It is not stacking anything. I wonder why. Let's go back. Stack stopped. Let's start it again. You want? No. Cannot find matched triangles. Wonder why. Hmm. This is acting really weird. All right, let's stop that. How do I stop it? There we go. How do I stop the exposures? Stop. Interesting. It is not very obvious how to use this. Automail, save stacked image. Hmm. Let's see here. Any comments on the? Nope, no comments on the. There. No comments here. Okay. Pretty much on my own here. All right. Oh, that's the stretching here. Huh. Interesting. seconds. Let's clear it again. How did I clear that? I just did it too. There we go. Yeah. I should do this on a nebula, as I should do. But it's not stacking, so it doesn't matter. Reason it doesn't want to stack. But there's a single frame. That's what I don't understand. The single frame looks pretty good. Yeah, in fact, it's hmm. Well, stars look ugly. Time to do some maintenance, Doug. Let's change this to 60 seconds. Those look horrible. I got some tilt back in the system again. Hmm. 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 That's interesting. The stack will not use the entire dynamic range of a single frame. There we go. That's what it should look like. Okay. That's a single frame. Let's see if it stacks another one. I have a feeling this thing is drifting south. What is my autoguider doing here? Oh, Doug, you ought to turn off the lunar rate. That might help. Oh, sometimes you're so silly. Let's go and turn it off. That's why we're having that's why those stars are like that. I had the lunar rate on. All right. Okay. There we go. Now my guiding should get back to normal. Just trying to figure out why those things are moving like that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now let's see here. Let's see. Let's start a brand new one here. I do that every time I look at the moon. I set the lunar rate, and then I go off to something else, and I forget to turn turn the lunar rate off. Hmm. All right, let's take a look at these stars. Well, they're still oblong, but at least I'm tracking now. Yeah, it looks like I got some tilt. Got some tilt in the optics. I'll have to go mess with that tomorrow. Yeah, these RCs are supposed to hold collimation, but I've come to the conclusion that they hold it better than other optics, but better than SCTs. But
When was the last time you collimated it?
um, I want to say 3 months ago.
Doesn't seem like very long. I feel like I go more than 3 months without collimating my Dob, but
Oh, I
I
check,
also
but I
think
check. You put up with what?
put up with more than you do in terms of poor image quality. So
Yeah, well, my Dobbs I check every time I use them. When I'm up north and use that 18-inch, I check it every night, even if I've got it sitting there. Gravity has a funny thing to. Gravity has funny effects on the. Oh, you know what? It'd be nice if I turn my infrared camera off. There we go. Um, the RCs are very solid mounted. The optics are. However, um, you're right. I'm being a little late. We're talking about arc seconds of error. I will admit that.
for me, as long as an out of focus star is approximately a circle, it's probably good enough.
Yeah, it is. But I'm probably collimated centrally, but I think my primary's tilted. That's why I've got these little. I zoom in here, and these stars got a little bit of an oblong shape to them in one direction across the entire frame. Now this is because I'm out of yeah, and they're all oblong in exactly the same direction. So that usually means the primary or the secondary is tilted. There's some tilt somewhere in the system. Now, if you look at the images after I've stacked 30 of them, you won't even see it because the stars will be a little bloated anyways. But but I know it's there. Did it stack any? No, see it's okay, it did stack 4. Okay, so it is stacking. This tool is stacking now. All right. That's what I wanted to see. Now, what I want to do is stop this, close the camera. Yep. And I want to go to an object that's got some color in it. So let's go see how that works. Let's see here. Let's look south. And there's not too many nebulas around right now. Those guys are too low. Well, let's see here. Maybe the crab. Let me see where M1 is here. Oh, I can do that. Let's go to M1. It's got color. It'll see how this stacking works. What I'm trying to see if this ASI live will, how well it will do a live stack. thing did not even go to it. What the hell? No. Gotta stop this guy. It slew again. There we go. Let's start the camera up again and see what we got. See, this is ad hoc slewing. I do ad hoc slewing. I have to sit there and take a picture and see if it's centered. When I do my automated stuff, it centers itself. Is that Diablo Dave I see in here? Yes, I think so. He doesn't have his mic on though. But he's chatting in the text. Very good. I'm testing out the ESA or the ASI Live tool. I just wanted to see how it works. How come it didn't? How come it didn't give me that image? Single frame. There we go. All right, so it's not centered. I don't know where it is. Yep. Let's see if that pulled it in here. I need shorter exposure so I can see this here. Let's go 5 seconds. Let's put the bring the gain up high. Bring it up. I don't see anything, so I don't know if it's there or not. Let me bring up my other tool to do a plate solve so I don't have to think around finding it. Bring up my plate solver. This is not my normal process. I'm experimenting tonight. All right. Oh, that's right. Dope. All right, let's turn this off. Disconnect it from there. Close that. Let's do a connect all. I can see this ad hoc is going to be a pain in the ass. Even if I got the ASI Live working, much rather have the system do all this tedium. Oh, reminds me of the old days when I had to manually hunt for stuff before I could even photograph it. I know. Slew now. Center now. Okay. Need to at least get it on the camera. Looks like the ASCOM drivers didn't connect here, so we'll disconnect this. Yep. Close. I'm gonna have to close the one problem with the ASI tools is they don't use the ASCOM driver. They use their direct drivers, so I can't simultaneously have both these applications connected to it. Another problem. So, this may be a short test, and I'll just go on to my comments. Hmm. That ASCOM driver doesn't come back up. I am not going. I'm gonna have to reboot the computer. That's gonna be a pain. Look at that, 3,000 pixels off. Why is this not connecting here? All right, so that's done. Now I got to disconnect this guy, which I don't really want to do, to connect this guy. Because I'm slamming the cooler again. And I didn't even bring up the one I wanted. Brought up the other one. I need to bring up the live one. Where is it here? computer. Oh man, what's it doing here? Don't know what it's doing. It's not bringing up the application, that's for sure. Okay. Close that. See if I can initiate it again. Hmm. This thing is not doing what I expect it to do. Now, so far I'm not impressed with this studio. It should be using the ASCOM drivers. And the live stream isn't even starting up, so I'm going to quit playing with this because it doesn't appear to be working. Yep. All right. Look at the tiny little crab nebula in my 300 millimeter lens. All right, so we're going to go back and go after some. Going to go back and go after a couple of comments and then move on. So let me open up my comment sequence. 2020 comments. Let me connect back up with the camera. And I have to get the coordinates. C/2017 T2. Find. Copy. Equatorial coordinates. And paste. And OK. Reset the sequence. And run sequence. Okay, that's good. Start that up again. Right now it is plate solving. Why that's coming through on my speakers, I don't know. Shouldn't be. But it is. Yeah, when your initial pointing is off by 6,000 pixels, which is almost a degree, something going on with your pointing model, Doug. Jeez, it's been getting worse over the last 3 months. I think my clutches are slipping. Must have some grease on the clutch plates. I'll have to take them apart. And it is now guiding, and it is resuming the. Looks like it's going to start as soon as the guider. Yep, okay, started exposure. Now see, that's a lot simpler than that ad hoc stuff. I just put the coordinates in and had the system take care of itself. And there's the comet sitting right in the middle. So much easier. Yes, I know I'm spoiled. Oh, this network is active. Yep, I gotta stop that guy. Stop. Even though I tell that machine not to do backups, it does them anyways. The light curves I've seen lately on this comet are, this one's getting dimmer. This is T2. But Y4 is starting to peak, or it's already, they're indicating it may have already peaked and actually it's getting dimmer again. But I'll have to keep an eye on it over the next 4 weeks. Here, I'll zoom in on this a little bit so you can see it. Even these 60-second shots of the stars are bloated. Hmm. I wonder what this guy's going to tell me here. Oh, you're not going to do that again, are you? Why are you lost? This does this from time to time. Network doesn't keep track of that IP address correctly. I'm actually connected to it, taking images, but I can't connect to it in my file share. I can see it. Take a quick peek at one of these. Let's see what it tells me. Oh, it's only 4% and only half an arc second. Yeah, curvature's 10%. Not terrible. Yep. All right. Not terrible. It's within reason. So I just gotta quit worrying about it. So let's see. I'm gonna take 20 minutes. Actually, I'm only gonna take 10 of that one. I'm gonna cut these down, make them a little shorter. And I'll take 4 2-minute shots, and that'll be it. All right. So 10 more minutes, then we'll be on to the next one. Which means I got to go get the next one's data here. Let's see here. C/2019 Y4. Fine. Copy. Go over here and paste. And OK. All right, that one's all set. So now it'll slew to the right place. And this one, I think I'll only take 10 as well. And then I'll take 5 of these.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello. Oh, man. Where's that?
Oh, okay, it's working.
Okay. I got my echo back. I got to go fix that. What is going on there? Test.
Test.
Why is that audio coming through the speakers instead of my headset? I am not knowing this.
So, what are you looking at tonight?
Well, right now I'm on Comet Pan Stars.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why that's happening. Give me a count of 3.
3, 2, 1.
All right, it's still there. I had this last week and I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I'm gonna disconnect from Discord and reconnect. Give me a minute.
Okay.
It should come up now. Give it a minute.
Yeah, it's going now. I just refreshed it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Oh, for crying out loud! I gotta abort this and restart it because it's just not gonna. It's not gonna. There's so much slippage going on now. It can't get to the object. Yes, indeed. So we're gonna move it. No. I'm gonna say okay. I'm gonna go and where are we pointing right now? Yeah. All right, we're gonna go park it. And of course, I can't hear it. Things are not going well tonight. All right, what's it say for our index? 8940. All right, that looks all
That
right.
comment doesn't sound very promising.
Well, it's not the plate solve is not getting to the object, which because I think the RA is slipping on the clutches. It's something I suspected for about a month now. It seems to be getting worse. So I'm going to restart this guy. Turn that one off and start this one. And let's resume now. Okay. Yes. All right, here we go. Let's see what it does now. All right. It has been on that mount for 3 years. It's possible I've gotten some grease in on the clutch plates. the heated season, seasons of heating and cooling. It couldn't get closer than 230 pixels. It was in the field, but it just couldn't get within my tolerance, which was 100 pixels. It was just hovering around 230 pixels in the RA. I've seen that behavior before. Okay, Dave.
You just see the thing that I saw.
Yeah. Yeah, I just read it.
The man suffered too.
Yeah, well, you can't have a perfect night every night. Well, I tried to get that ASI live to work, and it didn't work. So I gave up on that. I says, all right, I'm going after my comments now.
Do you have the ASI Live suite, or are you still on the beta version?
No, I'm using the suite. I downloaded it yesterday. I tried to use the stacker, the live stack,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't. Whatever. The problem is I need my plate solving, so I don't have to think around spending 20 minutes trying to get the object on the chip. I need the plate solve to work. So I had to go. So I went back to SG Pro and said, plate solved as a Crab Nebula. It centered it. I went back and I couldn't get the live stack to even start up. It wouldn't start up. So I said, screw it. I'm going to go do my comments using my regular tool. And my regular tool's not having a problem because my RA will not move in tolerance.
Did you work on your polar alignment the other night?
A couple of weeks ago, yeah.
You were going to do it the other night, 2 nights ago.
Actually, let me go look at it. I have the camera lid off. I can check it. Ha ha ha. I can at least check it. I'm not sure I'll go out there and mess with it, but I can at least check it. But no, right now the RA the plate solve can't get the RA to move enough to get within my tolerance. It's down to 206 pixels. It's got to be, and now it just went out to 247. It went in the wrong direction, which tells me that I'm slipping on the RA axis. This is going to fail. So while that's doing that, I'll turn this stuff on.
Now, okay, that's taking consideration I'm a newbie at this whole thing. Now, when you have a mount that's on a pier, and I know you do a polar alignment when you first get it and everything, but you still need to do a polar alignment once in a while.
If
What's
there's
that about?
if normally no. However, the mount that in Pierce setup I've got does have links where it can move a little bit, especially if I bump the scope, because the Los Monte does not have a solid lockdown on the azimuth and the altitude. You can crank that as hard as you want, you can still move it.
Oh,
So if you bump the counterweights, your polar alignment's gone. You have to go back and do it again.
okay. All right.
It's just one of those things. Yeah, see it's never gonna center this object because the RA errors in the 200s every time. So it's not actually moving the mount in RA. All right, let me connect to this guy. I'm gonna shut this off. Let me see where I'm at here.
That's one thing I'm going to get for my AVX whenever I order one of those mounts.
So I'm literally on top of it, so I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. So as far as the pole master is concerned, I'm polar aligned. So I'm not going to, I don't have a problem with it. Okay, Tom?
Got it.
That's trying to center it again. I don't think the mounts can bump far enough without slipping back in the RA. I noticed that earlier tonight where I moved it in RA and it would drift off a little bit, which means there's backlash in the RA gear, and that's what I think is happening. It's either that or there's grease on the clutch plate. I just have to. Oh, 190. Okay, so the first time on this restart, it says 190 pixels in RA. Let's see if it goes down. I just saw it. The plate saw it move, so I wonder how much it moved. Earlier, it was when it slew to this comet, it was 9,000 pixels off. See, it went in the wrong direction. In fact, it went from 190 to 243, 248. So this is not even going to work. I'm going to abort it. The ironic thing is you can see it in the plate solve. It's right here in the middle of the field. So this is what I'm going to do. I've got it there close enough. I'm going to turn my slew and center off. And I'm going to start my sequence up. Just record it because it's already there close enough. Because I'm not going to solve this problem tonight, so I might as well take it and start process or start recording. All right. Yes, go ahead and start. It is close enough. Okay, it's got a good guide star. And the funny thing is, Tom, I used to have that tolerance at 50 pixels, and it would solve within three passes within 50. And then about 6 months ago, I couldn't get it to get within 50, so I set the parameters to 100, and then it would solve within 100. Now in certain parts of the sky, and it's got to be the balance of the RA axis right now is off a little bit, and it's moving either because of slippage or backlash in one particular direction.
Now, how old is this G11?
It is now 3 years and 5 months, and I've never taken it apart. I've done zero maintenance on it, so it's probably time to do some. This is the same one that gives me those spikes every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, just setting your back, taking it apart and cleaning it, and setting the backlash between the worm gear and the ring, that would probably really tighten it up.
Yep. It's time to do something about it. You know how it is. If it's working, I leave it alone.
Yeah, it's almost like you got to do. You don't want to do anything until it breaks.
Yeah. Well, see, this would have been an example where if I was in bed, it would keep trying for an hour and a half and probably fail.
Yeah, see oh, now Chris is broadcasting on Night Skies Network, and uh, Crystal's broadcasting. I went over to Crystal's broadcast there for a while, and nobody was saying nothing, so I left.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit there and look at the moon for 3 hours.
So you come out here and look at this little fuzzball for.
Yeah, but at least you talk.
Well, yeah. Some people don't think that's a. Never mind.
I started myself a Discord channel before I came on this one, and because I'm a member on Facebook to the Celestron Next Star page, and it's basically for anybody with the Celestron Next Star series scopes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I put on there. I said, if y'all want to chat, we can do it vocally. Sometimes it's easier to chat vocally than it is to type everything out, and discuss things back and forth. And they're like, well, you could do that on Facebook. I said, but on Messenger. And I was like, well, you can only do it one at a time. You can't do multiple people at a time. So Discord will allow you that. And I can't get nobody to see the point in that. I said, hey, you can also have a stay-at-home star party too. Where everybody's out, in their own yard and still chat with other people. And they don't want to do that.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. And then that's when I discovered you.
Oh, well. If people come on and want to chat, we'll chat. If they don't, if nobody's on my YouTube thing after a little while, I just shut the stream down and I set up my script and then go to bed.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I don't know. It is full moon week, so I should just tear it down and do the work this week. Give me something challenging to do.
Keep things exciting somehow.
Oh, I like sleep.
Well, if you have it torn down during the day, then you work on it during the day, and then you'd have nothing to keep you up all night. So.
Yeah, well. Harumph.
What's that streak that we just went across?
It's called a satellite.
Oh. I never ran into that. So.
Oh, I get it all the time.
Hey, you'll get more and more of them as the years go by, unfortunately.
Yep.
The sky is about to be full of them.
Yeah, I watched an interview with him on there, and he said he's working with a lot of amateur astronomers and professional astronomers about it. And he says a lot of his satellites aren't even at their full orbital altitude yet. He said they should get smaller and smaller. He said, but the ones that they're going to be launching now are going to be painted black, so they won't reflect any light. Well, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, the problem he's going to have is they'll absorb heat from the sun. They may fail sooner, which I don't have a problem with. Because then they'll just deorbit and come down to Earth. So. Anyhow.
Yeah, so the thing is, they are going to be really, really dim when they're at altitude. So for like visual observers, it won't bother them. But if you're trying to go after something like Doug's, the asteroid that's named after Doug, as we have at times with astrophotographic equipment or with the big professional observatories, there is where it's really going to get in the way. Like the really big telescopes, the ones on top of mountains and stuff, those are going to really suffer badly from, because it's not just his constellation. I mean, he plans to have 60,000 satellites up there, but then Amazon plans to have 10,000 satellites up there, and there's like 6 different companies that each want to put thousands of satellites up in low Earth orbit, because the old communication satellites are in geostationary orbit, which means that they're way the heck out there. They hardly catch the sun. They're basically invisible to everything.
Yeah.
And they stay in the same place in the sky
Right.
all the time. Whereas these low Earth constellations, they're going to be moving through the sky, so they're going to be creating streaks on all these professional observing. So it's just going to be, I mean, maybe we can figure something out that makes it work. I mean, that's the only option we have. But he's been really slow to care at all. Like, up till now, there is exactly one strut on one satellite that was painted with the Vanta black paint of all of the 120 or 160 that he's launched already. So, I mean, I would love for him to come around, because, there's no other way for anyone to force him to do it, because there's no regulation at all about what people can put in orbit. But just bode well for the future. Actually, in November for the scary Halloween presentation, I'm giving a presentation called The End of Astronomy, talking about different ways that the hobby and practice of astronomy will end on Earth. So my version of Scared Straight.
Yeah.
But if you wait till like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you won't be able to see the satellites.
Yeah, so basically what we're doing is taking all these billions of dollars that have been poured into observatories on mountaintops over the world, and saying that they can only use them for 2 hours a night.
Yeah, it's
going to just totally cripple. It's going to cripple astronomical research on Earth. And the point of it is to give, to be able to sell broadband internet to people in parts of the world that haven't been able to get broadband internet. And that's a good thing. But I feel like he's competing to do it isn't really going to solve the problem that they say that they're interested in solving. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, to a certain extent, we're at their mercy. There's no way to stop them. So it's what it is, as the saying goes.
Yeah, when it comes to something that doesn't make money, they won't do it. You're interested in making money. That's the profit motive.
Yep.
Let's see here. What would that be?
Got my home whiteboard set up on a little stand that I can point my video camera at, but still seems like it's a little low. I'm going to have to
There's a whiteboard
find a
on WebEx. There's a whiteboard.
Yeah, but we don't use any non-Amazon technologies, and beyond that, I can't draw for crap with a mouse.
Okay.
So I need a real. I have a little.
You need a stylus.
8.5. Yeah. Well, what I have is an 8.5 by 11 whiteboard. So if I hold it up to the camera at the right angle, it's pretty good. But it is pretty small. I might have to research a bigger one, because I think it's hard to. It's been useful in a couple of meetings, but I'm about to be onboarding a whole bunch of new people, and so it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do 2-hour meetings that mostly consist of whiteboards when I only have one 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper to work with. So
Okay.
yeah, I should get one of those paper disposable easel things. That might be the next best.
Hmm. Let's see, what do we got left here? Got two 2-minute shots left, and then I'm going to move on to something else. So, any requests? Because I'm probably not going to do anything serious tonight. So if you guys
Serious.
yeah. You want me to look at serious?
I mean,
all right.
I just want to challenge you on that point of not doing anything serious tonight.
Why so serious?
You know, one thing I have noticed about amateur astronomers, especially the likes of Frank McCullough, Ken Wilson, Rick Hill, and a few others, is they like puns. And
Guilty as charged.
and I've told Ken Wilson and Rick Hill, I says, I don't know how you guys do it. I can't keep up. And they throw it back in my face. As, all those years you spent with Frank and you didn't learn how to do that? Because Frank was a same thing. Frank McCullough.
Diane's standard line is puns aren't jokes. So
No, they're usually groaners. I'm sitting here playing Wordscape on my phone while I'm waiting for something to happen here.
hell.
Oh, okay. Only got another 45 minutes for the contest is over. The tournament. Hold my own in 8th place. We are 30 seconds away, no, 10 seconds away, and this frame is done. Well, you can tell the moon has got bright. A histogram's got a 15 to 20% black area on the left there. All right, run the end of sequence. No. Are we? We're down at -5. We're good. All right, let's pull up. Let's pull up. I could go. No, I'm not going to go after those galaxies because the moon is just too bright. Look south. What do we got over here we can go look at? Let's see here. Star, no. Open cluster. Too far south. What do we got up in the north? Let's look up in the north here. Well, you could always shoot 10 or 81 or 102.
Oh, but M108 still high enough?
Yeah.
Is it on the good side of the Big Dipper?
Let's see here. M108. It is azimuth 41, altitude 70, so it's rising.
Okay.
All right.
It's a good edge on Bard spiral. the silver coin, but a little bit wider and not as nice as the silver coin, honestly, but it's still pretty good. Silver coin is in my top 10 of all astronomical objects to see with the amateur scope.
All right, new sequence, paste, and 108. Slew and center. Okay. We'll do some 2-minute exposures because the moon's too bright. Start with 30 of those. All right, running. There it goes. All right, let's see how it does here. Well, it was only 1,500 pixels off the first time, which is better. But I'm on the east side of the pier now. Or shooting on the east side of the pier. Down to 184. Let's see if it pulls it in. just unable to tweak it in. All right, it got it with intolerance, so it's resuming the auto guider now. Oh, my lungs are acting up again.
Not good.
No, it's not. As far as we know, we haven't been exposed. We've been indoors, or I mean, isolated for a month. Went out once this week to get our meds. That was practically, there was only one person we came into any close contact with, and that was the pharmacist. So I think we're all good here. So once a week, I start a WebEx up for my family, and we chatted last night. My three kids and their families, and they're all doing pretty good. So
That's good.
oh, there's the glitch there. That first frame's going to have a bad sample in it. Sucker went 4 arc seconds.
I'll be back in a little bit, Doug.
So it's taking that first frame. Let me do a stretch on it here. There we go. And I'll bring up Astro Toaster so we can do some stacking. Oh, I got to turn the dither off. I don't want the dither on. No. Come on, why isn't that coming up? Where's my... Where is my equipment profile? Where is that? Why is that not coming up? View. Control panel. my control panel? That is weird. Control panel is not showing up. Great. A bug. I have found a bug that I have not seen before.
Oh no.
Yep. I can't bring my control panel up on SG Pro.
Hmm.
View show control panel. Just nowhere to be found. I don't see it anywhere. It's not behind anything. Not behind this guy. Nope. It's just not. They did an update on this tool this week. Gotta love it.
Oh no.
What?
Seem to have just done a karate chop on a CD case in my CD rack here when I was fiddling with my whiteboard. Oh man. I took a corner off Neil Young. He got a lot of corners to spare though. All right, well, this looks like it's more amenable to presenting, though.
All right, I need to set this up. Settings. Browse to folder. And I'm on one. Pretty sure I've done this in the past, but that's okay. Apply changes. Pull up calibration files, and we want those. Those are flats. Calibration files again, and we want these darks. We're doing 2 minutes, so I'll pull these up. And we'll do a calibrate on the darks. Oops. Gotta select it. Stupid piece of software. It shouldn't even try to calibrate the darks. I haven't said okay to them yet. Now I gotta wait for it to do whatever it's doing. As a software engineer, it really annoys me when I start working with software that acts dumb.
I know that feeling very well.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, you pick up some software that, even a major company like ZWO, right? You pick up a piece of their software, and you feel like that he had a kid in a garage building it with no training.
Well, to be fair, that's about the story for a lot of major companies.
Oh, I know that. I mean, I've been in the IT world for 45 years. I know that.
I have to say, there was IBM bought this company called Rational, which was a UML modeling company, um, founded by the three amigos, R. Jacobson, and I don't remember anymore who the other two were. But so I my first professional job was uh, building extensions to Rational Rose, which was their UML modeling system, and I ended up giving up. Like we ended up giving up on figuring out the API to automate some stuff on our own, and actually paying for a support contract with IBM. We were a small company, so it was a lot of money for us at the time. Now this was when I was the high schooler in the garage, but
No, I get that, but that's
uh,
usually an apprentice. But usually a fair.
but
Go ahead.
so I call IBM and I ask them, I'm really struggling doing the thing, and the lady that I called, who is one of their engineers, cups her hand over the phone and says to the other person in the office with her, he wants to, I think it was, he wants to add annotations to messages between classes, and the other guy in the office with her started laughing, and that was calling IBM when we were paying for an $X thousand a year support contract.
Yeah. Hmm. But usually when you have junior programmers, you have a project lead and a test, and then you have a test team that tests the software before you let it go out the door. At least that's what I insisted on.
Well, a lot of companies have the engineers test themselves, which I think it's essential to have engineers writing tests, but it's not sufficient.
Oh yeah, all your unit and even your system tests. But then you have to have a um, one big
Right?
system I put in. Yeah, one system I put in place. I had another team that was not software engineers, and their job was to run the test scripts and then create any test scripts they could think of, document it all, and return it all to the engineers to work on if there was any issues. But anyhow, ouch. Okay, so that's done. Let's go ahead and start stacking this thing. All right, and we're gonna pick 15 stars to use. And we'll pull this down, and we'll start looking at what this looks like. Looks like we're 6 frames in already, so there we go. There's one. I'm gonna start stacking these. Let me do a color adjust and see what we got. There it is. stacked. Want to wait. All right. So if you let the automation do its job, most of the time it works. There's your galaxy there, Jonathan.
All right. Waiting on YouTube. Oh, there it is. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You have any silver coins on hand to compare it with? GC 253.
Yeah, it looks like that, doesn't it? 253 is really tough for me from here because of the light pollution in the south. I do have some, but they are not what I would consider. Let me go here. GC 253. Yep, there they are. Let's see here. Here's a NGC 253 from 2 years ago with all of its glorious dust donuts. Here's
Is that was that because of the camera, or was that because, or was it exacerbated by the light pollution?
no, that the dust donuts.
Oh, you got a satellite through there. Just got a satellite through 108.
Where did you see that?
Flip back to 108.
Okay, there
There's
it
a
is.
line through it
Yeah,
now.
yep, I see that. Yep. So,
I'm gonna take that one out. Oh, that one looks good. Take the dust donuts out.
I don't know if I cleaned it or not. Let me see here. This is only 7 frames.
That's just an astounding. Yeah, the other one had a lot more color.
Yeah, this is before I was using darks and flats 2 years ago. It's another one I probably should have tried, but like I said, it's a tough one for me to get.
It's more of a fall object anyway, so maybe
Yep.
this fall you can try it again.
Yep.
It is, as far as your tilted spirals go, it is the Ne Plus Ultra.
Here I zoomed in and cropped the heck out of it and flattened it out horizontally. Still got a couple dust donuts in there. Yeah, this is one that'll take me some time. The problem is in getting enough data integration on it. This one's only 9 frames, 9 by 5 minutes, cropped. And you got little mini dust donuts. Those are right on the sensor.
Oh wow! It is so doing darks and flats actually gets rid of those.
Yeah, flats do. Flats
Okay.
get rid of the donut or the gradients, which includes the dust donuts, and darks gets rid of the fixed noise.
Okay.
In fact, if you use this one here, you can see tons of noise in it. So anyhow,
I would just think that with the dust donuts, they're actually obscuring, like they're actually darkening parts of the image. So correcting for that might be difficult. But I guess as long as you still have data, you can still amplify it.
yeah,
And
what effectively does is it's not totally obscured. It's basically there's a
it's
particle
dim.
there's a particle on one part of glass somewhere in between the The mirrors, it's not the mirrors that the dust zones show up on. It's the glass that's downstream towards the sensor.
Okay.
The closer the dust
Right. Yeah.
layer,
Yeah. Yeah. Totally makes sense. Yep.
yeah, because of the focal point, right? But in my system, I've got from the sensor going out, this there's the sensor window, which is right on the surface, and that's the tiny dust donuts are from that because it's just barely off. Then there's the circles that you can see relatively easy. Those are on the AR window, which is only 17 millimeters in front of the sensor. And then and there's two surfaces there, right? The inside and the outside. And then there's the UV IR cut filter, which is 41 millimeters from the sensor, and there's two surfaces there. And then there's the on-axis diagonal, which is 65, approximately six, is it 65? 65 millimeters from the sensor. And there's one surface there. So there's one, two, three, four, five. There's six surfaces that are close enough that dust donuts show up. But the donuts themselves are diffuse because they're being generated by a particle, not by a circle. So there's still light getting through those circles. And so what a flat does is it takes the gradient that's been created by it and subtracts it out. And you take those flats about the mid-range of your dynamic range of the camera, and you average about 50 of them together. And it does a pretty good job. I mean, there's dust donuts on this 108, but you don't see them because I've got the flats in there.
Very smooth.
Yeah, pretty smooth, yeah. And these are 2-minute exposures, so they're not real long. I'm going to take a look at one of these raws. I want to see what this star here is. That's 30. That's about mid. That star right there in the middle of it is about mid-range, so it's pretty good. 30,000 counts. This one up here is saturated, probably. Yeah, 40, 48, 40. Oh, that's not saturated. Okay, good. 2 minutes is pretty good for this. If you want to have, yeah, the star at the very top saturated. It's hit the rail on the sensor. So. But the rest of them are pretty decent. And I'm not seeing that moon gradient, or at least not right now. I may see it when I actually do the processing on it. So this might be worth keeping. Because I don't know if any of my old 108s are any good. And anyways, let me look.
108 is, I think, a little bit underrated.
This is my last M108. And this was taken in March of. Come on, what's the date on that? That was 2 years ago too. March of 2018. And that's an hour worth of exposure. I could actually probably stack with this too. This set. There's dust donuts on this one, but I darkened it up enough so they're not real easy to see. So that's the you'll see it in a minute on YouTube.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so
You
that's
know, didn't did we end up using that in the calendar? I feel like we did.
no, I would have never sent this
Come
one.
to think of it.
I don't think I ever sent this one.
Okay. Maybe not.
I have others.
Maybe we used one of Bill's 108s.
Might have been. I have a plethora of data. Let me see what's under this. This will tell me approximately how many files do I have under this. 2 terabytes. 2.3 terabytes of data I've collected. 71,000 files. That's in my data collection folder.
Good.
Hmm?
Pretty good.
Well, it just means I've been busy. But that also includes, I think that includes my time lapse. Let me look here, which would be very large. I don't know if it actually does. I think I moved those off onto my NAS. Yeah, that does not include my time lapse. This is just raw data. Well, it has some folders that contain process data. I had to do debayering and stuff like that, so there's a significant amount there too. But still, 2.3 terabytes. That's why I have such big drives. I have an 8 terabyte backup on this machine with a 8 terabytes of main, and then I got a 6 terabyte NAS on the network, so I can back up all the computers, all the primary parts of the computers. This desktop drive is just to back up my data drives on my computer.
Gonna step away for a bio break.
Yeah, well, I am too. I'll be right back. I should bring my Canon back online and take some pictures, see if I can get 108 and 97 there in the field of view. Well, M108. Well, that reminds me, I might as well copy the data down on the comments that I took this evening. We can go and do that. Over here. Comet Atlas. Tonight's data. Copy. Paste. Paste. Oh boy, that guy's really bright. The moon is just washing that out big time. Yep. Yipper. That's a sky, a 2-minute shot at f5.6 with my 300mm lens and ISO 1600. And the moon is just washing the sky out. I don't think I'll be able to see much of anything in there. But, yep, there's 108, and there's the owl. So they are in the field of view. It's just barely pull them out of there. Just want to wait. Let me see if I can process this a little bit with this tool. Might be able to do something with it here. Yeah, there we go. Stretch the background down so we can actually see that. Ooh, boy, is that ugly looking. So, yeah, I just wanted to see if we could actually see it. I'm taking one at f10 now, see what that looks like. Nice glow out there, and it's probably the edge of the reflection off the roof line. Yeah. Interesting. Gotta love that color aberration on there. Okay, so that's been copied. Now, what do I need to do? I need to get the other ones across. And that is Pan Stars. Tonight's Pan Stars. Copy. And paste. Got quick transfer, 40 megabytes per second. Ooh, that's a lot darker. Gotta bring this guy up. But they're there. Okay, that was fun.
What did I miss?
Huh? What'd you miss?
Yeah.
You wanna see something fun?
Well, what was it?
Yeah.
A little stretch.
Yeah. Here's M108 97 in my 300mm off the Canon. I'm zooming in on them. It's a single shot. You can barely see them. M108's up in the left hand quadrant, and 97's in the lower right hand quadrant on the backyard EOS. Looks like I got another satellite. No, that's because I'm stacking it. That's right. So there's M108 there, and 97 right there. Otherwise, this is M108. I'm stacking. So this is all the nights that I've taken of Comet Pan Star. There are There are 21 folders, 21 nights since October. I got about, I don't know, 8 or 10 of Atlas in the last month.
It's good.
That moon is really bright. We got a bit of haze out tonight. It's kind of humidity's not too bad, but well, I can see Venus still, excuse me, out my window here to the west. So every day I go out and I trim a little bit off the dogwoods till I can't do any anymore.
Off your neighbor's tree?
No, 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 I haven't done that yet.
I bet you wish it'd be hit by lightning.
There's a couple of trees I'd like to get rid of.
Well, I saw the moon earlier, and then I went out front to thinking, well, maybe it might break a little bit, and I can set up my little scope. And nope, it came in, socked it in again.
Oh, no, that's no fun.
Yeah. Had a break about a half hour ago. I could see a gap in the clouds, but now they're just right on top of me again. Wednesday and Thursday look good, though.
Yeah, I was surprised it's going to be clear tonight. I think it's only tonight's going to be clear, though. Let me see here. There's forecast. It's only for tonight. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be clear tonight through about noon tomorrow. And it's going to cloud up.
Yeah, I got thunderstorms tomorrow, partly cloudy Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, it's clear. Now it's a little breezy.
And full moon.
Who cares?
Oh, okay.
If I get a clear sky, I don't care about the moon.
Oh, I know. It's good to
Just stay away from it.
Yep. Well,
So you never. Go ahead.
I took some galaxy shots a few days ago that I don't think I can use because the moon created a gradient from left to right that I can't take out without doing some serious work on it. But I don't know. I might work on it some more. What were you going to say?
Oh, I don't know. Not important. Man, when you get old, if I tell my wife, man, if I don't write it down, if it wasn't important, I forget it.
Oh, I know. Same here.
My cat, boy, she is a talker. She loves to meow. Now she's up in my lap. No, I couldn't get my. I brought one of those ZWO EAF motorized focusers, and I couldn't get it to work. So called High Point. They're supposed to do a work order. They're supposed to contact ZWO, see what they want me to do. I wish they'd just send me another one. But I took it off because I can't. It's one of those. It's not a bypass motor. I mean, you can't. It's not like a Feather Touch. Feather Touch has got an extra wheel on it that you can turn, so you can still operate the focuser. But this EAF thing, man, it's done. So I took it off, and now I can focus my scope. So I'm looking forward to getting my little 92 out and my 1600 color, and just getting some wider field stuff. I'd like to do that coma cluster with it before galaxy season's over. I'm not even sure where the coma cluster is. Like to do Markarian's chain too. Do a couple hours on it. That'd be pretty cool.
I need to set up a mosaic for that.
Yeah, for this scope, yeah. Oh, and what a great program to use. It's GP.
Yeah,
I think it's got one of the best mosaic things there is, I think.
Yep. So in another week, once the moon's gone, week and a half, we just need enough clear nights that I can do it a worthwhile effort on it.
Yeah. Next fall, I'm going to. I want to do the Spaghetti Nebula. Gosh, that is just the coolest nebula ever. Have you ever done the Spaghetti?
No, I usually don't do nebulas. I usually do my weird stuff.
Yeah, your weird stuff's not that weird.
Well, I don't know anybody that would keep taking pictures of comets they've taken pictures of for 5 months.
Yeah, but you know
How
what?
else do you see them evolve?
What's that? I do. That's the point. They're different every night. That's the reason I do it. Different places, different, tails growing, comas changing.
Okay, that is a pretty cool nebula, I have to admit. I think Bob Berta got a good picture of that once.
The spaghetti? You talking about the spaghetti nebula?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, the nebulas you guys go after with those small refractors are just way too big for me to even bother. I mean, you've seen my rosette, right,
I
Tom?
think I have. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I didn't list the rosette as the object. I listed the open clusters that's in the middle of that object because
Yeah,
it's an NGC in its own. That cluster fits in the circle of uh, of the rosette is all I could see of it, and that gives you an idea of the field of view.
Yep.
It's just not
No,
very
my
big.
127 is similar. I can't get, I cut off every side of the rosette. But it's not as constricted as yours is though. But it's definitely not very wide. But I do have a focal reducer for it,
So
and I can get a little wider. But focal reducers and galaxies don't go well together, so I took it off.
right. So I focused on NGC 2244, which is the open cluster in the middle of the Rosette Nebula.
Right.
And that was what I focused on because that fits. And it just so happens to be some nebulosity around.
Yeah, there you go. That's beautiful. Look at those stars, man. I mean, each one of them's got its own color almost.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful.
It's a great open cluster.
Yep. Just happens to have dark nebula and emission nebula surrounding it. And from that point of view, I thought it was a fun object because I'm using my entire frame of my camera.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Pleiades and Venus, which you never put on Facebook. Not the second. You did the first night, but you didn't the second night, and your second night was a better photo.
I did put it on Facebook.
I didn't see it. Let me go look for it.
Oh, you mean on Night Sky Network? I don't know if I put it up there or not.
No, no, I should have found it. Cause let me let me see if I can find it. I got a cat sitting in my lap, so. Oh my gosh. Just saw your video of somebody doing the COVID-19 swab the back of your nostril.
Oh,
Gosh, that thing went in like 3 or 4 inches.
yeah, that looked
Yeah,
painful, didn't it?
no, I mean you. It really calls into question your understanding of how your nose works.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it's those sinuses up in the forehead.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I did see it. Yeah, but I don't remember that reflection in there when you were actually doing it.
Oh, that's because are you looking at the one I stacked 53 frames? Because it just
Yeah,
accentuated it.
yeah,
But I
yeah,
also,
that one.
but I also took. Did I take no? I couldn't take another set the next night because it was cloudy last night.
Oh, no. What's that one?
No, I only got 2 nights.
Oh, here's one. No, that was Adrian Bradley's photo.
I'm getting ping somewhere, and I can't figure out where the ping is coming
Sorry,
from.
that's me.
On what? On
Facebook.
Do you got clouds on PhD? Was that a PhD chime?
I think you were hearing my Facebook notification back through the speaker because I'm not using my
Uh,
headset right now.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'm sitting there. Where is that coming from? Where is that?
it's not me. I got headphones on.
Yeah. No, it's my bed.
Okay.
Uh,
I muted Facebook, so
now, Doug, there's only 2 people on YouTube.
I'm one of them. Are you the other one?
I'm probably the other one.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to leave here in a minute, though. Gotta go. I gotta go spend some time with my wife.
I
Can
don't
you
have to do.
imagine?
I don't have to do that.
Yeah,
In fact,
that's because she's released you
yeah.
to do what you want to do. That's because she drives a Mercedes and she's got diamonds and furs and
Where have you?
yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Oh wait a minute, that was Zsa Zsa Gabor.
I was gonna say that. It's, that's, there's no Mercedes here. That's for sure.
Was that Green Acres is a place
Yeah,
for
yeah,
me?
yeah. I'm out in the country, but I don't have any chickens.
Yeah, such the dumbest show. It's how dumb America really is. But actually,
Oh no,
you
no, that
go.
that was intelligent compared to what I see nowadays.
Oh my gosh, I get so fed up with what I see.
That's why I don't watch TV. I haven't watched TV in at least a decade. If I
Wow.
turn it on, I watch. In fact, tomorrow I'll turn it on and watch the Cosmos,
Oh, okay.
and or I'll watch Nova or some PBS stuff. But otherwise, I don't watch any of these serial shows or whatever. I just,
Reality TV?
oh yeah, right.
Oh, I like the singing shows, like The Voice and
My wife listens to those.
America's Got Talent.
Well, the TV's on all day long. I mean, my wife's got the TV on. She watches the cooking shows and she watches those house improvement shows. Like
Oh,
she likes those.
I like the twins guys. The guys that do the makeovers and tells people how to. What are they? What is that called? Those two brothers that are twins.
I don't know. So I don't watch
Yeah.
it. I don't know. No, I mean, she'll watch. She has the TV on all day long. She watches a show called Rachel.
Uh huh.
She
Yeah.
wa- she
Rachel Ray.
she watches Ellen DeGeneres in the afternoons because I hear it. I know when it comes on at 3 o'clock because all the screaming that happens. it's in the
Oh my
other.
gosh.
It's in the other room.
That's because everybody wants something free. She gives away stuff every show.
Oh, okay. And
She's pretty generous.
what else does she watch? She watches a lot of news. Um,
Oh, I hate the news.
oh, you know where I get my news? I get it from the Associated Press and NPR and what's the third source? I'm trying to remember now. PBS.
The world news.
Yeah, I just watch the world news. Oh, BBC. I watch BBC. And it's not on TV. I watch it streaming online.
I was making a tabloid joke.
Oh,
Went right over your head.
yep. What? Well, yeah, obviously, because I don't keep up with
Oh,
what. I don't keep
I
up
mean,
with
the
stuff that's on
Weekly
TV.
World News hasn't existed since like 1999. They went out of business, so
Oh, okay.
they were the ones who used to have the the Bat Boy and Princess Diana had an alien baby and all. It was
Oh,
actually funny. Like, it was the funny tabloid. The other tabloids are just dumb. But I
no,
had a
I don't
I
watch
had a
any
soft
tabloids.
spot for that one.
No, I don't do that. So when I have people accuse me of watching certain news stations, I go look up those news stations. Oh, you mean those tabloids? No, I don't watch those.
Yeah.
That's not news. Those networks are talking heads with opinions. That's not news.
Like what's the one out of New York? The Post or whatever it is. The richest man in the world owns it, and he's using he's using the magazine to push his agenda. It's just stupid.
No, NPR at 10 o'clock every morning has about a 5 minute news program, and all they do is report what happened. They don't have an opinion one way or the other. They say today it's da 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 blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
End of that story. That's where I pick up my news. Just what is going on, not how or who or why, but what. I want to know what, and that's all I care about because the who or the how and the why doesn't matter because usually the why is wrong.
Quite true. Okay, well, Doug and Jonathan. It's Jonathan, right?
Yes,
J.K.
yes, it is, Jonathan.
That is I.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll check you guys later.
Take care.
Have a
I
great
be
night.
going. All right. Bye bye.
I only want the data. I don't want somebody's opinion, some talking head's opinion.
Haired, yellow-bellied son of Tricky Dicky's gonna Mother Hubbard soft soap you with just a pocket full of soap.
Boy, that was a word salad.
On Lennon, all I want is the truth. Just give me some truth.
You can't handle the truth. Oh, yeah.
To death of reading things by neurotic, psychotic, pig-headed politicians. Sounds like a guy I know.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to wait until probably near the end of this month. I'm going to talk to the scout leaders, and we're probably going to end up canceling the Boone Hill trip. But because I don't think we're going to be off of this lockdown for by the end of the month.
I'm sure we're not. I mean, the federal guidance is April 30th, but I'm sure that's going to get extended.
Yeah, because we're still climbing,
And I think we'll probably peak in Michigan within the next 2 weeks, but it's still going to be.
Yeah, I don't see us getting out of this situation until July. I think it'll ramp down in June. I think May is going to be the flat point, and that's fine. Going up to Boone is just a pleasantry. It's just that the scouts won't be able to do their thing.
Just to check on the place too, though, and make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I checked on it last year. I never spent the night up there last year, but I did check on it 3 or 4 times when I was up there. But Rich goes out there. He'll go out there and check on it. He does. He usually sends me an email and tells me if there's any water issues or anything, if there's any issues. In fact, I think it was last August, he went out there and mowed out there. When I got up there in October, it was wonderful. Or last summer. I think he mowed in the summer. Yeah. I got out there and I couldn't believe it. It was all cut down in that area. I suspect when I get up there, trees are going to be about 10 or 12 feet tall.
Yeah, they have a habit of doing that, don't they?
Especially pine trees. They really grow fast.
I told you, I was, on the one hand, heartbroken to see the whole ash tree forest around my parents' cottage die from the ash borer, but on the other hand, now I can observe without being on the street.
Yeah.
A trade-off I would have made if I could, but it does have its positive points. Come on, really?
Well, I certainly hope people don't get together on Easter.
Yeah. Good news.
So Liam Finn's been creating brackets for face shields. He's got 80 of them stacked there. I see the photo right there. 2 days, he's got 80 of them stacked up off his 3D printer. And a buddy of mine, or a gentleman who was at Ford and he retired back, probably 15 years ago. He's doing the same thing. We're using their 3D printers to print off brackets for face shields. Very cool.
A lot of my friends are doing that. Never got around to getting 3D printers, so.
No, neither did I.
Don't have much in the way of the means of production around here. We sewing machine as far as I can recall. don't want to go over to my dad's house to swipe that one because maybe I could have him put it outside. Maybe that would work. And improvised a bandana face shield with some ear ties as earpieces. Very well, though it fits her okay.
Let me see what the
It's
plan
too
is.
big for her. It's a little too small for me. It pulls on my ears and it keeps slipping off.
Oh, heck, I could take images on 108 all night long.
Yeah, it's
It's in a good position.
circumpolar.
Well, no, but it's in a good position where it only hits meridian right about now. So
Hours to go. Well, that's awesome. It's one of my favorite. I mean, it's one of my second tier favorite objects.
What's this? M52?
108.
108.
yeah, I think I may just run this. I can go down to in the north. I can go down to 30 degrees pretty easily. I could run it all the way till 6 p.m. But which maybe I'll do. I mean, I'm not getting a. I'm not detecting some lunar gradients right now. Coming, it might be a little bit on the left side there, but
Isn't getting any higher either. So
oh yeah, it is. Oh no, it's not now because it's about to hit the
yeah,
meridian. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Uh, yeah. Let me
Looked
check
like it.
that. Oh yeah,
It looked like
we're
it
not.
gotten there.
Yeah, we're not far from the meridian now. Let me just look at it here. The moon is directly south of it. Yeah. That'll be good because I haven't worked on 108 since 2 years ago, and that was only an hour of data. And it was, I'm going back now that I'm using better techniques. I have been going back to old stuff and reacquiring. So this might be a good night. Well, it's not a good night to do it. You shouldn't do it with a full moon out. It just it's not a good night to do it. But
It's a good thing to do on tonight is the thing. So
yeah, I mean the results look okay.
it looks really good so far.
Yeah, a little bit of gradient on the left-hand side. Yeah, I got a little bit. So I'm getting some glow. Let me think what the camera orientation is right now. Let me think here. Pop this on. Okay. Yep. Yep. That would be the deck side. The one side is nearest the moon. And that left end is the deck end. So that's what I was getting the couple nights ago when I was working those other galaxies, is a gradient across the entire um, frame from light to dark. There's a way to work that out, but it's pretty tedious. It's called a dynamic background extraction. You have to put little marks on the areas that you want it to balance. And you have to put like 100 of them on there to get it to flush it out flat. And those gradients are transient, so I can't take flats to get rid of them.
All right.
It's like watching grass grow. Say hi to Diane for me.
And said hi.
Woo-hoo.
Said hi, Doug.
I heard her.
wanted to fix one bug before I went to bed, so I don't have to think about it anymore.
I do not miss those days. I know exactly what you're talking about. I used to solve those problems on my drive home. Every time I got home, I knew how I would fix it the next morning. Actually,
Magic of VPN and fix.
back then, I was working on Vaxes, and we did finally get a dial-up into that machine. And then corporate security said, we don't really like the fact that you're dialing into a corporate machine inside our firewall. And then once you're in there, you can go anywhere you want. So they had
Oh my God, people might work extra hard.
yeah, they all after about 2 years,
Captain.
they said you got to take those phone lines off. So we did. But I basically told management at the time, I says, well, if you want me to support afternoon shift, that's the only way I can do it. I need to be able to dial into the local network there to see what's going on, and if it's a software issue or an operating system issue, you know, other than that, you'll have to wait for me to drive in. It'll be about an hour before you can crash the
Yeah.
car. So your choice. Oh, and by the way, if I have to drive in, you're paying me double overtime. No, I never said that. I was thinking it, but
We're exempt employees, Doug. We're
yeah, I know that.
not. We're not. We don't qualify because I've thought about it a lot.
Yeah, I know.
It would be interesting to calculate out, what your true wage is for the number of hours you work.
I remember one time we were trying to bring a Vax cluster up. I worked 30 hours straight, and
I
that
haven't done
month,
that for a while.
huh?
I haven't done that for a while. I don't miss doing that.
Yeah. Well, about 9 o'clock in the morning, one of the supervisors says, "We got to get some tests off." So I says, "Okay." So I pulled the other pack out, that pack out we were working on, put the old pack back in, rebooted the Vaxes, and they were, the lab was up and running as they were the 2 days before. And then I got one of the supervisors came down and started talking to me. He says, "How long have you been here?" I says, "Well, let's see here. I started Friday night, or something Saturday. I started Saturday morning, something like that, and I think it was Saturday. Anyways, it was like 30, 35 hours, something ridiculous. And it was sometime Saturday night or something after the afternoon shift finished or something. So anyhow, on Saturday night, so he went and chastised my team leader at the time. Uh, no, what he said is okay. Well, we can. At the time, I was actually non-exempt, so they had to pay me. They had to. I had a choice. I had a choice. I would have been a pay grade 7 at that time.
Well, that's pretty cool.
I think I would have been a pay grade 7 at that time. I don't remember. See, I got a. It was 87 that I got my 7. So if it was before 87, I definitely got paid overtime. Or this is, or you can take a vacation day, or take this comp time as a vacation day and go home. We don't want to see you until tomorrow. And somebody else got in trouble for allowing me to stay for the whole weekend. I think it was my section's lead. Anyhow, yeah, I was in '87. I got my 7, and in '92 I got my 8. And then in 2002 I got my LL6 supervisor position. And then a year ago, I retired.
Hmm.
That is actually starting to get some detail in the middle there. The problem with my system, one of the reasons I might consider going back to a shorter focal length is at this focal length, I am limited by the seeing. I mean, really am. Um, I mean, the seeing is usually about four pixels, 3 or 4 pixels wide. 2 arc seconds is 4 pixels. And if I ever had a 1 arc second seeing, everything would be a little bit sharper at this focal length. Whereas if I were to run half this focal, 1,000, the the seeing would only be 2 pixels wide instead of 4.
Some detail, but in some stability, I guess.
Yeah, what it means is the overall frame would look a little sharper with less detail. The thing is, those dark lanes in 108 there, if you zoom in, they're really soft. They look kind of sharp right now at this without zooming in. But if you zoom in, they become soft because the seeing won't allow me to get any better resolution of those frames. And the stars are nice circles, so that's not a problem. And I can't go longer exposures because the moon's too bright. But you see the dark lanes are there. They're not sharp. There's stuff I can do in processing that sharpens it up a bit, or if I handed my raw data to, the Doug Strubels of the world or Jim Renard's of the world. Jim Renard, Jim Renard?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The guy with the 24-inch RC.
Oh.
His stuff is fantastic. But he's got a nice big scope. His resolution is better. I'm surprised what I can do with a 10-inch. Tell you the honest truth. Yeah, these gradients are starting to get kind of goofy here. Oh, hi, Harmony Smurf.
Hello.
Harmony Smurf.
It's Kelly from Seven Ponds.
Ah, there you go. There you go. I'm thinking Smurf, and I'm thinking Chris Baez or Kurt Kemp. You know them, right?
Are they Smurfs as well?
They were the ones that did the Smurfs Star Party for 20 years or whatever it was.
Oh, I never heard of it.
Oh, okay. Well, it stopped in 2003 was the last one. 2001 I think was the last one. Anyhow.
I was living in Colorado back then.
Ah, so how you doing tonight?
I was too lazy to go out.
I know that feeling. I was too lazy to go out too, so I just opened up the observatory instead. One of these days, I got to bring the 10-inch Dob back from Boone, bring it back down here, and put it in the observatory. So if I want to do a little viewing, I can just plop it on the cement pad that's west of the observatory and do a little viewing with it. Because me setting up the 14-inch for an hour is not going to happen. That 14-inch has been relegated to the garage for the last year and a half. And basically, ever since the 18 showed up at Boone, that 14 I was going to leave that 14 up at Boone until the 18 came along. But, so once a year I might pull the 14 out for an event, just to dust it off.
Hopefully we'll be back in action at Island Lake this year.
We won't be.
Hopefully we will be.
Oh, will be. Yeah, but I brought my
We're,
6-inch.
we're back.
I think I brought my 6-inch out last year.
That could be.
I have too many
I think 2
scopes.
years ago you had the 14 out.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago. Yeah. Yeah, the 6-inch is nice and easy to set up. But that reminds me, I got to order that right angle finder for that 6-inch. Because that straight through is a killer when it's only 3 feet off the ground. And you're trying to use it to look up. Oh man, I hurt my neck at Seven Ponds last was it last fall when we had that set up out there? I think it was. Yeah. Oh no, it was probably last summer when we had seven night skies at Seven Ponds or whatever they called it, the summer event. I had my 6-inch SCT out there. I like that little scope. Nice and easy to set up, or at least nice and light. Meow, meow.
Go to bed! Go to bed!
Give me, pet me, pet me. You came in here because Mom went up to bed, didn't she? So you can't harass her anymore. You came in here to harass me.
Truth comes out.
Hmm?
Truth comes out.
Uh-oh. Oh, I left this on. Okay. Yeah, what am I going to do here? I marked that at for 5. What did I mark that for? 5:43. Yeah, that's about right. We'll go 5:30. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I could take M97. No, I'm not going to do that. I actually took M3 last night, or 2 nights ago, right? And I looked at it, stacked it all, and I wasn't happy with it. I can show it to you, Jonathan, because you guys liked it.
Bring it back. Yeah, that was after I went to bed, I think.
Yeah, let
I
me see
think
what
you
I got.
started on it. You were starting on it as I was falling asleep, so.
Okay, so here it is. Oh, wait a minute. Well, this isn't it. This is the old one. Yeah, the old one I actually liked. It's the new one I didn't like. Where is it here? I don't know if I even saved it. I don't think I did. Where's the transform? Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't make a JPEG of it, but I did. I think I did process it. We'll take a look at it here. Wow, it's 1.5 gigabytes with this HDR processing. Holy cow!
It's impressive.
I tried something new on this for 2 nights ago. Okay, the one you just looked at was from a year ago, and I liked it. I'm trying to replicate or get improved that by using a set of HDR function in PixInsight. I'm bringing that image up right now. It's 1.5 gigabytes, so it's going to take up a little time to load. Yeah, see, I didn't like this at all. I don't know why, but it just and I think it's because the background is oversaturated by the moon. The background ends up being really light. Let me darken that up a bit. Bring that down. And the actually HDR does work. The central core is not blown out in this version either. But there's less around the edges. So, I don't know. It's kind of a 6 of one kind, half dozen another. There's a set of tools in PixInsight. You can take 4 layers of images, um, multiple exposures. So you take like 10. For example, I took 10 seconds. I took like 30 images at 10 seconds, then I took 20 images at 30 seconds, and then at 60 seconds, and then at 2 minutes. And the idea there is you use the shorter exposures for the inner core, and then you slowly use all the other ones to flush out the rest of the object, right? So you get more high dynamic range, right? That's kind of the point of the HDR, high dynamic range functions. Boy, does that take a long time. So, this is kind of what I got from 2 nights ago. The background, though, was lit up so much that, I don't know. I don't think it looks as good as the one from last year. So there's the one from last year. I think looks pretty good. Is that last year? I don't know. So I don't think last year somehow I got the core to be decent as well, but I got more of the outside. So I'm gonna save this away as is. It'll probably get bigger. 1.5. Why did it do that? Yeah, it's the same size. Okay. All right, we'll close that. The variability has multiple factors. The biggest one is me. And the biggest variable is how I process and collect data. But sky conditions, um, transparency, seeing, background illumination. Um, I think the data I collected 2 nights ago was, I said I'd go after clusters because the clusters themselves pop through the moonlight. But the fact is that the dimmer stars in the cluster get washed out by the moon anyways. So it's one of those things where anything that's dark at all, you're gonna wanna do on a moonless night anyways. I should talk to Mark Sortzi about having an online meeting for Seven Ponds.
Would be nice.
I mean, I can set that up if he wants. I mean, I'm doing that with the Warren Club, helping them out with that. We could do the same thing for the Seven Ponds, but as long as the speakers are a little bit computer savvy, so they can do the presentations.
I bet the April meeting speaker probably could handle it.
Is that you?
It is.
But I think they already canceled the April meeting, didn't they?
Already did, but it's not too late to uncancel it. I don't think I'm going to have any plans, so if it's something that you would be interested in, Kelly and the rest of the club, I would be probably up for doing it. Just I ended up having to give that presentation again to the WASP because we had a speaker who wasn't able to show up at the Macomb, the quote unquote the virtual Macomb meeting, and so I used the new version I had put together for Seven Ponds for a WASP presentation. So I am very fresh on it. I could probably do it in my sleep. I intend to not do it in my sleep, for the record, but
I thought it worked out okay for your Warren Club meeting you had.
We're having another one tomorrow, so
Yeah, but tomorrow we're using WebEx, and we're still using YouTube for those that just want to watch, but we're going to use WebEx for the speakers instead of Discord.
it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully, I mean, we did a dry run on Friday that went really well, so hopefully we'll be able to, except for the fact that I keep turning into a chipmunk on my real computer. I don't know what the heck it's doing, but every time I connect to the WebEx, I sound like Alan, Simon, and Theodore.
Well, yeah, it's buffering your audio and then streaming it at 3 times the speed.
It's happening on the computer itself, because even if I use a sound recorder on the machine itself, it's still in chipmunk mode. So there's something funky going on.
With your audio card.
I have to restart the computer, to make it work.
Well, I'm glad you took over the hosting of the WebEx, because I figured you guys are closer to using tools for the near-term future. I just only recommended it because WebEx allows the webcams.
I think the webcam is the major thing, because it does. People seem to like it, and it is nice to see people's faces. It can help understand, it can help you understand what people are saying too. So
Yeah, I just have to remember to switch over to the right speaker when they're doing their presentation on Monday. So, and I could see my audio's dropping out on me here. I think maybe I'll go to push to talk. Anyhow, I'll be interested to see how that works out. I need to make sure I got the stream set up before, you guys get started.
we're gonna do the board meeting. So we don't need to turn on the YouTube until 7:30.
Right, but what I need to do is the board meeting is just going to be all video. There's not going to be any presentations. Okay. I can still join in and watch and listen and think around with the OBS before streaming, so I can make sure I get all the formatting right. I had to change the format. Remember, I had the too wide resolution. I had to back it off to my second monitor size. My problem is I'm switching back and forth when I do a YouTube. I'm doing it to higher resolution than what we're doing for the club. I have the profile set up correctly, but they don't switch over the streaming resolution. I have to manually go back in there and set it. But that's okay. Just another
When
thing
you
to
say
do.
it's going to be on YouTube, is it going to be on your channel or the Warren Club?
It'll be on the Warren channel.
Okay, thanks.
So if you join the Warren, subscribe to the Warren channel, you'll get a notification when that goes live. You just go over to the Warren channel and subscribe to it.
Yeah, I believe I already am.
Okay. Message.
What's that, Jonathan?
I endorse this message.
Yeah.
Is this M82?
M81.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, it's not M81. It's M108.
Oh, hey.
108.
Ah, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd say it didn't look like 81 to me at all.
No, it's 108. It's my bad. That was per request. Someone in the audience asked for me to.
My request.
I know. It's a shame you can't. It's a shame you can't get this quality in like 5 minutes. If I took one frame, it would be there. I could stretch it, but it'd be noisier and I'll get out. And EAA, that's what they do over in the Night Sky Network, is they take about 20 minutes for the images and then they move on to something else.
I used to watch over there, but I've had trouble with Chrome lately since going to Windows 10.
Well, they're actually on Chromium. It only works on Chromium now. It doesn't work on Chrome. And they have never had the time to go and figure out how to fix that. So you have to actually download a different browser called Chromium Portable. And Chromium Portable is the only one that it works on, as far as I know.
It's
Okay.
really weird. The new Microsoft Edge, if you have a Windows computer, is a Chromium. I mean, Chrome is Chromium based, and so is the new Edge. So it might be worth trying out Edge and seeing if that works.
Yeah, we could do that.
I mean, Chromium is kind of taking over the world. Like everyone, so far, Mozilla still has their own rendering engine, but both Google and Microsoft are using Chromium as their rendering engine now.
Chrome or Chromium?
Chromium.
Hmm.
Chrome uses Chromium, and Microsoft, the new Microsoft Edge uses Chromium too.
Hmm. Let's see here. Nothing there. Well, we are. Let's see. We are. How far are we at? 43 frames in at 2 minutes, so 86 minutes in. Almost an hour and a half on this one. That M108 I showed you from. Yes?
Did I found it?
You found the
I
bug?
heard the fix. I did. Be as if I had found it before I wrote it, but you know.
Ugh. I wonder why he did. Oh, he changed it. Okay. So I've already got my 2 comments down for tonight, so I can process that tomorrow.
It's just now it's just the fun stuff.
Uh, Comments are fun. I just don't need a lot of data for them. Not when you're doing just positional and magnitude, and then kind of seeing where it's gone. See the tail grow and stuff like that. I got to stop mumbling.
Ooh, even better. Even better. Perfect. Take it.
Don't you just love solving problems?
Had a blazing realization.
Oh yeah, that's usually what happens. You think of actually a much better way of doing it. I loved it when that happened. I says, and then you look back and says, why did I think of it that way? This is much better. I haven't actually done any special processing on this at all. I just did the normal expand.
It's a good object, you know? I think it's underrated.
Oh well, from a visual point of view, it's a fuzzball, if I recall.
I think it's got a lot going on. I mean,
I'll have to look at it with the 18 this spring again. If we actually get up there, I don't know. That weekend's the weekend of 15th, 14th through the 19th. That's when I was planning on being up there in May. In fact, if we're allowed to travel, my wife doesn't want me to go up there by myself, especially right now, because she knows I want to go into the town for a restaurant to eat, and they won't be open. I'll have to take out, blah blah blah, whatever. I get it. Actually, Jonathan, with what's happened, it's probably good. I'm kind of glad I didn't buy that trailer. I wouldn't be able to
yeah,
use. I wouldn't be able to use it this year.
crimp on. Yeah, I know. That was really kind of dodging a bullet.
Yeah, I mean, I would have bought it, and then it'd be sitting in my driveway because I can't go anywhere. That would have been. That would have been a lot of money sitting here in the driveway for no reason. Let me see what they've got now. I'll just have to go look.
It might, it might be a good year to get one on a discount.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Never used.
One trailer never used.
Oh,
Oh man, they dropped the price. They dropped the prices on these. And these are the 2021s that I'm looking at now, and they're the same price as the one the last year's model I was gonna get. Huh. Well, that's the bunk models. I don't want the bunk models. Let me go look at something else here. What do we got here? Oh, this guy's only 17. Oh, it's a bunk model. I don't want a bunk model. I don't need no stinking bunk beds. I only need the one bed. That's for me and my wife, and that's it. Cause and even then, it's only for me because my wife won't come with me anywhere. What's the price? Yeah, that one. Yeah, the price that changed on that. Yeah, I'll just sit it out and wait. The one I want is still the same price, 23 grand. But it's funny. I started it when I started this hunting a year ago. I was looking at the $13,000 to $15,000 ones, and then I started looking at their other models from the same vendor as a higher end construction, and so that's why they're a little more expensive because they use um, studs, aluminum studs instead of wood in the walls, and they use vacuumed sealed foam as opposed to just regular fiberglass insulation. So the construction's actually better on the more expensive ones. So now you have to weigh, well, am I going to live 20 years or not? Hmm.
Yeah.
Do I buy the cheaper one for maybe use it for 10 years? Or I get the more expensive one to last 20 years or 30 years? You need to be able to buy an Airstream when you're in your 30s because they last forever.
Oh, I'm only in my 30s for a little while longer, so.
Well, you get yourself a nice Airstream. They're very expensive, but they're they're made like an aircraft. The entire,
Isn't that about the same price as my house?
well, the cheapest one, their little mini is about 38,000. Their little tiny one, and they go up from there.
Love the one. I love the teardrop shaped one. Yeah, the base camp. Well, that's not the cost of my house. It's more the cost of my car.
Right.
Just don't know where I would put it in the off season.
There's places you can rent or store it for a fee.
It's a really gorgeous trailer.
Oh,
You know,
Airstream.
you've seen them. You've seen them with the teardrop shape and the panoramic windows, and
Oh yeah. Airstreams are wonderful. They're beautiful vehicles. They last. They're like tanks. The entire outside is like aircraft aluminum, but they are expensive.
Eventually, when I have to live by myself, I'm gonna get one.
Yeah. Um, the other reason I've held off is because of my health. I'm trying to get my health back together.
I'm sort of putting it off because I have two kitties.
they're really,
What's
really
that?
nice looking. Those are really nice looking trailers. I have to say.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if the aircraft if the airline industry goes out of business, then our travel style is definitely going to change. So
There was a guy, David Lee, worked at Ford. He had a triple axle um, Airstream, and he used to pull it with an E350 club wagon. And we took that down to he would bring that down to the Texas Star Party. I don't think I stayed in it, but I remember him bringing it down. And but yeah, the pricing on some of these are pretty outrageous. They have the MSRP and then they say call for price. If you have
yeah,
to act,
they have the prices posted. Like the smallest one is 37.9. Next size up, which is actually fiberglass, in which case I'm not sure I would pay Airstream prices, is 42.9, and the one above that is 49.6. It's only the biggest one is price competitive with my house, and it looks like it's about the length of a semi trailer. So I'm not sure. Actually, it looks like it might be longer than a semi trailer. I can't imagine being in the market for that, but
are you on the Airstream website?
I'm on the Airstream website.
Yeah, I'm looking because the longest one they've got is 33 feet.
33 feet. I mean,
That's yeah, but
I
I'm looking at 30 footers right now. I had a 28 footer for 15 years or 20 years actually. 28 footer. There, it's not that. With the club wagon when I used to pull, we were 50 feet long because the club wagon's big too. But
mean,
30.
there's just so much space in it. Like that looks like more space than I would possibly want.
You talk about the classic.
Yeah, the classic
Yeah,
30 to 33 foot.
yeah. Let me open that up. You'd be surprised how
I mean,
small
it's
it.
got a dedicated couch area and a dedicated dining area
Hmm.
and a dedicated counter and a clothes rack and a two-piece bathroom with a shower and a separate sink area,
Hmm.
or clothes racks over the beds.
You'd be surprised how small it looks when you're walking around in it, though.
Fair enough, they've probably gotten really good at taking pictures to make it look bigger.
Oh yeah, they're using wide-angle lenses when you're inside. Yeah, they don't even have slide outs, so that aisleway is only about 2 feet wide. So
If you look at that base camp, um, I've stayed in tiny tiny houses that were about as big as that. So
yeah, that's uh, that's pretty small.
it's pretty small.
You know, if you just look at the width of the door and realize that the doors are not very wide, you can get an idea of how where when you walk in, it's one step and you're in the middle. So I had my 28 footer for 20 years, and it would have been fine if it hadn't started falling apart in the last decade. Water damage from the roof. I had to get it towed away. Let's see. Can I bring up my control panel yet? No, I can't.
And what I like about the base camp though is like it's got it's got couches that turn into a full bed, and it's got tables in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't need couches and a bed at the same time. I don't think so.
No, you're right.
Like I admire the efficiency. There's no clothes hangers, but I could hang clothes in my car if I really need to hang clothes. I don't know. It's not something I had thought of buying, but the world may be changing. Uh,
Well,
so
personally I prefer to be mobile in my own vehicle for my astronomy hobby because planes don't get me out in the middle of nowhere.
fair enough. Well,
So
now that it's been several years since you had a pretty punishing commute, like one of the most punishing commutes. At least you did work from home somewhat, but
in the last 5 years, yeah. No, but if I got ahead of the traffic, it was an hour to get in. If I got into traffic, it was an hour and a half both ways. So an hour and a half in, an hour and a half home. Um, yeah, and I did that. I put 30,000 miles on my vehicle every year just going to work. But no, I just the trip up to Boone, for example. I've done that so many times that's a no-brainer. It's like 2 hours and 40 minutes to get there, and it's got the skies I want. Well, flying doesn't do me any good. I can't take my equipment with me on a plane.
yeah,
Not the big stuff. I have to put it in a vehicle.
yep, no, that's absolutely true.
And then on a solar eclipse trips, I'm going to be in an RV one way or another because I need to be mobile for weather. And I do want to bring my bathroom and my shower and my bed with me, you know, and not depend on motels or even campsites for that matter. I can park on the side of the road or a rest area if I need to get some sleep, or in a Walmart parking lot. We took our trip out west. We took the kids out. We had the club wagon and the trailer, and on some of the long hauls we'd travel for all day long, and then we just pull into a rest area and sleep all night. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it's gonna do a meridian flip. Oh, oh,
Oh
yep,
no,
yep. It says I've gone too far. I can't go
it's
anymore.
that
I,
time of the night.
it says I have to do my meridian flip, so it's gonna do it. Automation. Let's see if it finds it. Let's see if it can find itself. There it goes.
Um,
There it goes. Pop that sucker on so I can watch it. Make sure it's not running away. And it says, okay, I'm about there. I'll turn off that camera. see if this actually works. I was having a little trouble with all this earlier tonight. Oh, 1200. It's 1200 off in deck. That's a new one. All right. First pass didn't make it. Try again. Ooh, excuse me. Let's see. Okay, got closer. Should work on the third pass. You know what's amazing is I got the tools in my backyard that the pros had. You know, as far as plate solving and all, they had that 20 years ago when they had the real expensive digital cameras. They created their own databases over the time. Oh, it didn't quite make it the third pass. 110 pixels. Oh, come on, guys. Yeah, this thing's definitely not performing to my specifications anymore. I'm gonna have to work on it. No, it's not gonna work. It actually got further away instead of closer. Oh man.
This kind of bug is
Hmm?
bug where you really understand what's happening and actually what's happening is better than what was happening before. A bug, it's a feature.
Yeah. I've used that on my customers in the past. It's not a bug, it's a feature. All right, so
It really is. It's I made some changes to make it easier to understand why what it's doing is okay, but it's actually an improvement.
Well, I'd hate to have to update the tolerance here to 200 pixels, but I might have to do that so this doesn't sit here and thrash for 20 minutes. Still didn't make it. Yeah, I think the movement, the slop in the movement now is larger than 100 pixels. That's why I can't get this to come in. The RA, air, and the deck are only 82 and 80 pixels, but it's the triangle it makes is 114 pixels. So it won't drop below it won't let me, my threshold won't let it go forward. Used to be I could get it into 50 pixels in 3 tries, but I have to take my mount apart and clean it up. Oh, it's getting even worse now. And unfortunately, I can't bring up my sequences. Let me abort this. This isn't going to work. Sure you want to quit? Yes. Okay. No, I didn't want you to do what you're doing, you little bugger. Let me think, what do I want to do here? Tools, equipment profile, standard setup. I want to change the plate solve to 150 pixels. 150. Okay, save. Okay. File, apply profile to sequence. Oh. Yeah, file, apply profile to sequence, standard setup. Okay. Now, let's go to Control W, Control E. I don't know why I can't bring up the other guy, but let's do a resume. Pause, abort. I need to do a reset. Let's reset this guy. Run sequence. Waiting for equipment idle. Why are you waiting for equipment idle? Something's not making sense here. It is not responding. Okay. This guy's gonna crash on me.
Oh,
Windows program. It's not responding. It decided to crash. So I need to restart this. File, disconnect all. And let's close this. Reconnect. Yep, tonight's one of those nights. Not everything's working. Oh, great. I never saved the sequence.
Oh no!
Yeah, wonderful. I gotta rebuild it. Okay. Copy. Gotta rebuild it. Okay, there. M108. Slew, blah, blah. Planning tools. Go to 530. Okay. Okay. I want to take some more of these. Okay. I gotta connect all now. Let me save this away. Yep, M108. All right, connect all. Equipment. While that's doing that, I'm going to, no, I'll just leave that. It should slew from where it's at. Started. Mount connected. Camera's connected. Okay, good. Connect here. And run sequence. Okay. Yeah, it's a new release on this application. I think 2 days ago I downloaded it. That might be why I'm having some problems with it. I really don't like updating when stuff's working good. But they give you a list of things they've, quote, fixed. We all know how that works out. You fix 3 things and you create 4 other problems. Well, see, this time it's within tolerance because I changed the tolerance to 150 pixels instead of 100. So it solved on the first pass. So that'll be the new normal now. And it has started the first frame. Let's see what we got going here. I'm gonna wait. Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna hit the sack, guys. Let this run for the rest of the night.
I
Well, thanks for the show.
look forward to seeing the results. I think just about finished with fixing this thingy.
Yeah, because I got this running now. It'll run until 5:30, and I'm starting to fade. So we's gonna call it a night. Let me see if I can get my other thing to come now. There we go. Got the control panel to come up now that I rebooted the application. So good. That's working now. Gotta lock this range. Bring this up to here. Yeah, we'll let this go, and I'll collect it 6 hours on it. Should be pretty good.